Torpor, welcome in and congratulations on being officially the fastest thing alive, claiming first in the chat for this stream. Hope you're doing well today. Hello Cypher, welcome in. I don't know what you're so mad about, Cypher. You had the chance to claim first yesterday and you didn't do it. It was Rocket yesterday.
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
The rivalry between you two is really heating up, isn't it? Anyway, I hope you're both doing well today. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna give you folks a heads up. It's absolutely fucking pissing it down here, and Porthos has refused to go outside despite desperately wanting to. So there's probably going to be a point during the stream where I have to nip away and try and let him out again. Because this morning so far, it's been... He whines to go outside. I open the back door. He looks at the rain. He goes, ugh, and then he walks away. It's finally stopped raining for you, maybe. It's still absolutely shitting it down here. In fact, it's gotten worse. We got your rain as well as ours. Fucking mood, Porthos. Yeah, that's fair. He's being a little diva about it. Like, he's now spinning around in the hallway. I can hear him. Hi, Mum. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Yes, I'm talking about you. Because he won't go outside because of the rain, he's now demanding attention and, you know, just generally being a bit of a knob. You're being a bit of a knob. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not a weather wizard. Would that I were. He's being cute. Hey, cutie pie. Come on then. Oh, fucking hell, dog. He took the fastest route into the chair there, which was directly over the arm instead of, you know, coming up the front of the chair. Thank you for the treat for Porthos, Torpor. Because enabling him right now seems like a sensible idea. Hey, Rocket, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna sneeze. Well, that hurt. That was 3 very violent sneezes all in quick succession. Hi, buddy.
What's this?
Oh, Jesus. I will do that a little later if you don't mind, Rocket, because I've just sneezed a bunch and my face is on fire. But I will do that. I need to recover. Yeah, no worries, Rocket. But it will have to wait, because, like, you can hear that. It's kind of hard to do an uwu voice when you've got the croaky thing going on. And he more than likely will resort to chemical warfare, Cypher, because he's not been outside. But, yeah, I've just got to deal with that, I guess. Right, so we're going to play some more Tangle Tower today. This is probably all we're going to do today, if I'm honest with you. I'm not really in a speedrunning mood today, so I don't think we'll do any speedrun stuff. I think we'll just play this. Bye, Porthos. Oh, okay. He's there. Like, not quite on his bed. Just enough to be out of range of the camera. He's... Okay, I think someone's feeling camera shy today. Fine. We get the message. No camera time for Porthos. We should get to see the person who was delayed from last stream of this, and we will. That's where we're gonna go first. Hi, Flora. Let me just check I've not got anything I need to show Flora. Oh, Porthos. That's right. Go and do that elsewhere, please. I get he needs to, you know, cleanse his gent pipe, but I wish he wouldn't do it so loudly right behind me. It's a deeply unpleasant noise. So, we're gonna go here and meet the person who is hanging out here. Who I think you folks will like.
Whoa.
No worries
Nice
at all,
cape.
Rocket.
You're not fellows or pointers.
Safe travel.
I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
So this is Detective Hawkshaw. I figured you folks might like her. She has a certain way about her, which I know certain folks in chat are appreciative of, shall we say. Hi, Sarah. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Moment of pause there. Little crack in the shell.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
It is a really nice cape, isn't it, Sarah? To be honest, her whole look is just very good. I really like Sally. Yeah, Sally's great.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite. Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent,
love her little
Professor
map
Pointer
piece.
appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Ha! I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless.
Calling
until
these
you can
people
prove to whom it
ordinary is a bit
concerns.
of a stretch.
Can
yes.
you do that?
No.
I suppose in this
No.
universe.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that?
Yes,
How?
Porthos.
Because you were told?
What? Gonna go outside. Outside? Okay, it's time, as I warned folks at the beginning of the stream, for me to attempt to let the dog outside in the rain again. Here comes the rain again. Yep, exactly. I'll pop us into BRB for a moment. I'll be as quick as I can. If he actually goes outside, this might take a little longer. So we'll see.
Oh! Doesn't even give a shit. Did somebody do that then? Yes, nice one, Tidders. That was perfectly. Can I get to Melody? In time. I don't think I can. She's gonna get to the toilet before I can. Oh! She must think I'm such an arsehole. Just like running into the rooms that she's going into just before she gets there and destroying things. I am a horrible sister. Today's the day the teddy bears have a rave. I'm not even gonna be able to keep calm about this game. It's making me so happy. It's so fucking cute. Off of it, and the holes are getting bigger. Let's see if on the "step on me, mummy" jokes, but I don't funk. Okay, everybody, are you ready to make a child cry?
That is the single most powerful lich in all of D&D. That looked like a sore one.
I was really hoping you didn't see that. There's some teak. There's a bit of ebony. Some cedar, or cedar if you prefer. Rosewood. And I can't even pronounce that. Special bread. Cider? Oh, Porthos, you adorable flaily git.
Attempt unsuccessful. So much so that I'm covered in rainwater and the dog still hasn't been out for a piss. I suspect at some point today I'm going to be cleaning the either the front room floor or the kitchen floor. Thankfully they're both hard floors, so...
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I like how she's just not expecting that at all. You could potentially read some of these responses as the pretty lady noticed me.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
You would say that, Cypher.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
The back of my hair is short. It's, you know, part of the whole undercut thing. But that means that where the rainwater's just sort of caught in it, it's sat and is now very slowly trickling down the back of my neck, and it's deeply unpleasant. My appreciation of sapphic love is well known. It is.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Nah, it's fine, Torpor.
Some breed of amphibious humanoid.
I
Potentially
don't think the towel will help.
Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Statue's very definitely not designed by Quentin Tarantino.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Somebody doesn't have a law degree. and that is fine and valid.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Hello,
Someone even
Porthos.
liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
Hey, buddy. Guess what? I only need the mouse for this game. It means I can pay you while I play it. Yeah. But only if you sat here.
A photograph of Freya could be important. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Oh, your breath is stinky.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
Are those photos the same? The ripped photo and the ripped photo, yes, they are. They are part of the same photograph.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
I suppose I'd be really quiet if I only slept an hour here or there.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. 314 cases solved.
314?
I think Grimoire's feeling a little bit inferior.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to
Hey,
blame for
RNG.
failing to perceive the
Hope
signs.
you're doing well today.
What signs?
Thank you for the
I do not wish to do your job for you, detective. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
Okay. So we have asked everything we can of Detective Hawkshaw for now. How many rooms do we have unlocked left? So we've got the top of this turret. We've got this room here, and we've got this room here. As soon as we're over here, we'll go to this room first.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
This one's in a little pot.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue colour.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
Oh my, RNG. We are also dealing with the rain here. Somebody's not been outside to go to the toilet yet. Because they're scared of the sky. Yeah, it's you. Thank you for saying please instead of just headbutting me. Is that good? Is it? Mouthy. And we're back to headbutting. What'd you say? Good boy. Good boy. I don't know if folks could see that on stream though. But he did say please. Because he's a good boy really, aren't you? Good, very smelly boy. Look, if you say please, you know I've got to pet you because I've got to reward the good behaviour. If you headbutt me again, I'm not going to pet you.
I am not.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
Greek letters, I think.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Don't think there's anything else to find
Greek
out on here.
letters,
No,
I think.
it's not.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
I suppose we should address the elephant in the room.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand
This is
around
rubbish.
staring at each other?
This is an abomination.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me
Could
is
be
Detective
Topol.
Grimoire.
Could be.
Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
That's the kind of question that I'd ask Slow.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA, sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Grimoire's great, isn't he, RNG? Just honest enough to admit that he's stupid, but not honest enough to admit it outright.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Hang on a minute, I'll start the next conversation before
Fifi
doing this.
doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Gross. Gross. Now my hand smells like dog butt face.
You bellend.
Don't do that again, please. I feel like Fitz needs a hug. Yeah.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, it was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Nothing goes over Fitz's head. He would catch it.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like two peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Could that be dramatic foreshadowing?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details. How odd. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
There is something off about it.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her
He skulked
after
off
the
again.
murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor.
Plot twist.
That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Penelope
He's very
knows
poetic,
about
isn't
birds.
he?
You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
That's a shame.
What's with the broken glass? Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
Liar.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
So,
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
Two people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
three's a crowd.
Checkmate.
I mean, she is in the photo, it's just that bit's been ripped off. because last time we played this, we presented this photo to Poppy and proved that that is her.
Felix made that? Huh.
She used to like pink. Now she's goth.
That's quite sweet, really.
She's fine.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny, inedible fruit?
You look at it.
I like that as a response. He doesn't say, oh, well, you sell it, or anything like that. You just look at it. You just leave the plant alone and admire its beauty. In all its weirdness. Okay, I think that's everything for Fitz for now.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
We're gonna go and investigate Fitz's room instead of going to any of the other rooms first. Because that will actually help us unlock something else. So, it makes sense to just do this now. Look how sparse his room is.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
So folks might remember, we went into Poppy's room, which is in the other tower. And the door in her room also had one of these. But hers had little sun markers and moon tiles. I can't remember where the suns were, so we can't set this one up now. But what we can do is write down where the moons go for the other one and go and solve
Let's
it.
come back once we know what to do. Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination
This is
lock.
a really fun little puzzle.
Sort of.
So, you've got 3 pieces of paper with a pattern on that can slot together in multiple ways. So we've got teardrop. One teardrop. So I figured out how this was supposed to work fairly quickly when I played this before. But figuring out how to match the edges together took me a fucking age. Not there. There it is. So we've just got to find this last one.
That's done it.
Neat.
There we go. It's a really nice little puzzle, that.
Anything in there?
This series of games has a different art style for each game. So I only know of this one and its predecessor, Detective Grimoire. I didn't know there were more than that. But yes, this one and Detective Grimoire do have different art styles.
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth.
This
Hold
one
on.
is more recent. This is the sequel, from what I understand. 3 apparently. Okay. Let's see what the third one looks like. Or potentially the second one. This may be the third one. Ah, Secret of the Swamp. Okay. Yeah, so this one is the most recent one. I think they've sort of... It's not so much that they have different art styles, but that the art style has evolved. Sally is almost unrecognizable. She looks very different in Detective Grimoire as well. I know that because I've seen what she looks like in that one. But I've not seen what she looks like in Secret of the Swamp.
Huh. That's kind of ominous.
Yeah, I think... A metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and letters either side of a heart. PP, heart, FF.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Yeah, I suspect it's more that they've been evolving the art style as they've gone along, which does happen with indie games, particularly stuff that's originally for mobile, like these are. Because they'll find new ways of sort of dealing with the hardware that they're working with. And eventually they'll settle into something that works for them. They may even re-release earlier games to match the sort of style that they want to go for. Or they may just leave them as is. Here we go. So all we need to do for this puzzle is... put the...
I guess we'll come back later.
Shit. Is put the pieces
A
in the
big
right
glass door
place
leads out into
There's a
on
little mechanism by the
both
handle.
sides of the lock. And you actually have to hit the solve button before you leave, otherwise it doesn't work.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still
Door's
locked.
still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
Go back over here. Take the long route.
It's
Get
locked,
this one open.
but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
There we go. We've had that conversation already, so no point in having it again.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
Different body type and hairstyle. Yes, she does.
Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side.
Detective Grimoire
better
still
be
looks the
worth it.
same, though. Despite the change in art style. So I think they were... they're still trying to find their feet with what Sally should look like. And sort of give her a... What's the word I'm looking for here? Recognizable kind of identity. Because, when you're making a game series like this, you want your main character and your sidekick character to be much more recognizable, because they are the thing that carries your brand. And I've not seen what Sally looks like in Secret of the Swamp, but I have seen what she looks like in the first game, and she's not very memorable, you know? Whereas Grimoire is not only memorable, but very easily identifiable. So I think this look that they've given her in the third game is probably for the best, because it is a very recognizable kind of look.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
He's just rocking out. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Who doesn't love a giant stone frog?
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
4 feathers. The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog. None of these feathers are from the ink dip bird. You wouldn't want its ears to get cold, exactly. Collecting a complete fish band at this rate, yes. There are actually only 3 of our little merfolk, and we have found them all now. Because I just got an achievement for finding them all.
More egg statues.
Egg.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
I don't know. Because you've got to get it appropriately ovoid. And you've got to make sure it's smooth. That feels like it'd actually be quite difficult to do.
It's a rosebush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Not always.
Exactly.
Look at the little birds in the trees.
Trees. On a roof.
I want to live here.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
See what you did there, Grimoire. The birds are so cute. Oh my god. Like, I couldn't see them properly when I was playing this on my phone because, you know, small screen. But they are so adorable. Just the way they're nestled into the like the leaves and the branches and just looking around. Very cute. Very cute.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
I don't think there's anything else for us to investigate here.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
I like Sally.
More egg statues.
Oh, that's an
don't
egg
get it.
statue, not a
Why
door.
eggs?
Well, either article. An egg has got to be the easy.
No more
The
egg
door into
talk.
Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden.
Ah, I guess so.
What bothers me about the lock setup here is that... What were they keeping in there? That's a very good question, Cypher. You have to unlock both doors for either of them to allow access to the garden, which means that Poppy and Fitz would have had to keep these doors unlocked so that Fitz could come and go and tend to the garden, which is just a bit... It seems like a security flaw in the design of these specific rooms. Just saying. Okay, so we have one room that we can't access yet and 2 rooms that we haven't accessed yet. Which one would you like to go to, folks? Turret or this one here? I'll let you have a think about it while I have a sip. Cypher says turret. Are we in agreement, chat? Turret. Okay. We'll leave him to his sky gazing whilst we have a little
It's
nosy
a chart of
around.
the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's tidier than my desk.
Twerking stargazer, yes.
Oh, the notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
He's keeping his knees supple.
So?
Oh my god, captions. He is keeping his knees supple. Close enough. Way better than what it said before. Christ almighty. I'm going to bring the microphone closer to me to avoid any further horrendous caption fuck-ups. Twerking while stargazing is how they figured out Saturn's ears were rings.
Even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
Yeah, I know, right, Cypher? That was...
It's tidier than my desk. Oh, the notebook is untouched.
So? Even the most well-used notebook.
Okay, so that's all we can get from that.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos. Pretty.
It is very pretty.
Yeah, it's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime. You know, I've always wanted one of those.
Me too. I think they're really neat.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
Look at it.
I would look at it.
Same brain cell.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Oops. There we go. So, as you've probably guessed from what I'm doing, we need to put the shadows in the right places. It's a fairly easy puzzle to suss out the conceit of, as it were. But getting things into the right place is a bit more difficult. I say, as I complete it. There we go.
Got it.
I'm impressed.
Me too.
Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
To be honest, if I had one of those, I'd use it as a lock. Yeah, me too.
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Beetle. Golden beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. 4. The golden beetle, named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. It's the bad luck beetle. Boop.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks
Now
of
that is a
dust,
haircut.
you and
Yep.
I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one
Here's a
belongs to the
reminder,
fellows.
folks. Go and
Well
take your meds if
observed,
you
my
haven't already.
dear. Tangle Tower is something of
I
a
wonder why you
duality, as
suggested
it
a
happens.
medication reminder
Meaningless
whilst we're talking to
boundaries,
this
really.
guy.
They exist
Thank you, Cypher.
only in our minds.
Helpful.
I like Percival Pointer's music. It's very chill.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Are you saying that I'm implying that his grip on reality is less than firm? I would never suggest that you would imply something like that unless it was blatantly obvious.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that. A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Sorry, just allowing that message through the auto mod. Felix doesn't strike me as the hookers and blow type. Like, he seems to have a genuine affection for his extremely cold wife.
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower.
It wanted to make sure that hookers was an okay word.
I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Oof. Burn. His face then as well.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was
No,
she
that's
ever
his hair.
interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Oof.
I don't especially want to talk about myself.
Just long enough to pop a sprog, it would
Introspection
seem.
often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
Scandalous.
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
My
I love that.
Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
just pausing the rambling there for a second to point out that, with the exception of the non-verbal parent, every single parent of a child that we have interacted with in this game is so loving and supportive of their kid, despite having completely different interests to their child. We like that. Happy, healthy parenting. Fifi doesn't think her dad's a very good dad because they don't understand each other. But when we actually spoke to Felix, he was just like, I love my daughter and she is so smart and I am proud of her. And he, accepts the fact that she doesn't want to be called Fiona anymore, and he knows why she doesn't want to be called Fiona anymore, but doesn't let on until it's important that he does, which is nice. Aside from the occasional murder about the place, it is lovely. Yes, but we don't know who committed the murder yet. Let's talk about the moons of Jupiter instead. It's a good line, isn't it? It's a good segue. But yeah, I appreciate the fact that the parents in this have been written as healthy, supportive parents. They may not understand their children or their children's interests, but they are happy and they are proud of them. And that's really lovely. We want more of that. It's nice to see a healthy family dynamic to an extent in a video game, because we tend to, when we tend to in video games go for the more dysfunctional sort of family aspects because it makes for a better game, but it doesn't have to be that way. Wholesome games can be enjoyable too. The stakes can come from other things.
Because she's a suspect.
Oh no, I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth.
Hello, Titan. Welcome in. Yes, somebody is dead, but the somebody that is dead was beloved by everybody that we've talked to. And, the parent-child dynamic of the various families in this game is still a very, very wholesome, very healthy one, which is very nice. It's just unfortunate that Freya, whose parents are not in this game, has been murdered. Points at Last of Us 2. Hello, Rocket. Welcome back. I take it that you are safely at Grandma's now, or safely home from Grandma's, either way.
The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
I feel like that was quite hard for him to discuss. Ratcheting. Yeah, fair play. Actually, now that you're back, I can do your Uwu redeem from earlier. So let's get that out of the way so I don't have it hanging over me, shall we? And then we can go and meet the last member of our cast of characters. So, nearly got the wrong one. Rocket has redeemed an Uwu command, so thanks for that, Rocket. Couldn't do it earlier when it was first redeemed because I just had a massive sneezing fit and my face hurt. Really, Rocket? I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but it's good to know. Okay. Here we go. Here is your Uwu redemption.
Oh, well, poor little fish. You think I find your advances irresistible? No. Go instead and sing your desires to the salmon and the trout. Oh, well.
There you go, Rocket. I hope you enjoyed. That one was probably one of the least cursed ones I've been made to do. So, thanks. Really, me saying that was one of the least cursed ones I've been asked to do is very telling of the shit you folks make me say for that redemption. And thank you for clipping it, Cypher.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea.
That is very true,
You'd have
Cypher.
to ask
And that was
Flora.
fun to do.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
So Flora, I mean, Flora doesn't really speak anyway, but big falling out with her family. So there you go. There's your dysfunctional family unit.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Fair.
Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
So somebody in chat when we played this on Wednesday, actually, I think it was Sol, made a joke about the paintbrush being the murder weapon because if you don't clean your paintbrushes, they go really stiff and horrible. So both of the jokes that have been made about the murder in chat have now come to fruition in the conversations that we've had with characters over the course of the game, because Tid has also made a joke about the painting being the killer, and then Grimoire suggested that the painting was the killer right at the beginning of the game. Because he's bright, you see. He's a clever fellow. I mean, he's not a fellow, because then he'd be living in Fellow Tower, but you know what I mean.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar.
I swear I thought you were going to tell us that you'd stabbed Slow with a paintbrush. No! He's just sleeping. I am very glad of that, Rocket. Very, very glad.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time.
Only a little
Who
animosity
broke it?
there.
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends.
This is true.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Sleeping on a farm upstate, like Old Yeller. Yeah, exactly. No, he is actually asleep. We've both had a bit of trouble with our sleep patterns over the last couple of weeks. But thanks to me staying up until like 6 a.m. yesterday morning, I managed to reset mine last night. So I normally stay up quite late on a Saturday. But after the stream had finished, I was only up for another hour or so, and then I just was so tired and I went to bed.
Is this important?
Possibly.
I didn't get up until 10:30 this morning. It was fucking glorious. Because it was raining, the dog didn't wake me up.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
There you go. That's why she's got that very simple piece of sheet music framed. It's a reminder of her mother.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
I also love the fact that everyone we've shown this photograph to has gone, oh yeah. And then when we've gone, who is it then? They've gone, oh, we don't know. Poppy doesn't want to be recognised and remembered as being this sort of preppy, pink-loving girl. She's very firmly into her goth stage. Hey, Soup, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. And everybody is honouring that, which, again, is just really nice. Like, I can only imagine that if a member of the Tangle Tower families came out as trans or non-binary, that the people around them would honour and respect their identity. Considering how well they're dealing with that and how strictly they're adhering to not telling outsiders information that Poppy doesn't want them to know, it feels like they'd actually be very, very good at dealing with a member of their family coming out as trans or non-binary. And I'm headcanoning it that they would, and that they would be supportive. Because they just seem like a really supportive family unit. With some minor exceptions, obviously. There's a little bit of jealousy between Percival and Felix. But I guess that's what living in a house with somebody that's got a lot of money when you have none is gonna do to a person's psyche.
A diary can be a wonderful
Especially in this
outlet
society.
for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
It does.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
Yep.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
He is correct. It's one of the beautiful things about kind of abstract art is that there are multiple ways to interpret it, and one of them is to just look at it and go, it's a big red thing. And that is a perfectly legitimate reading of an abstract painting that is big and red. You know?
These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
Poppy's two closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
exactly.
suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
Sassy little bastard. So, for anyone that doesn't remember or wasn't here for the first part of this playthrough, those painted models, Felix has literally just learned how to do wood carving, and he got Freya, the murder victim, to teach him how to paint the models because he wanted to make these little painted models for his wife. So they were a birthday present. He's not given them to her because, well, Freya, the little green model, has been murdered, and yeah, he figured it would be in bad taste to give her her birthday present now, considering her and Freya were very, very close, and this will have hit her very hard. Not that we can tell because she doesn't talk to anybody, so.
Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
So we think the bird either passed away or has flown away. But yeah, Flora misses her burb.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all.
Alright, Porthos was licking his bed, and there's like this huge grey wet patch where he's just been licking it for no reason. It's not food, baby boy. You've had more to eat today than I have.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
So you can probably guess we've only got like 5 items left to find.
I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Ah.
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Blink. Suddenly very quiet.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Funny, that's not stars.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Do with this information what you will, folks.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind?
Maybe it's glued down. Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there. I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
I don't think there's anything else for us to find here.
I can just about see the gramophone. The rooftop garden is right underneath Flora's window. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Okay, folks. Our astronomer has a telescope in his astronomy tower, which only he uses, which is locked onto the room across the way. Not locked onto a point in the sky.
there's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
He has an interest in heavenly bodies.
How rude.
You there. At least now we know why he's wiggling.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You discovered a meteor is heading straight for Earth.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
He's
I
definitely
think
not
you're
wiggling
interested
because he's a cuckoo
in
clock.
a slightly
Yeah.
different field of research.
Just a picture of Laura.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why.
Yes, naturally. My little portal
I accidentally
into
clicked.
another world.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
about that. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now
Rude.
you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora?
There we
You
go.
mean Freya?
No,
Nope.
Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark, and the telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Ooh.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Later. We still have one person to meet. But we also have another room to investigate now. So let's go and meet the last of our cast of characters.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
For the birds.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
Very judgmental.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
Cypher, you asked about this on Wednesday? About her hair? Here's your answer.
I do by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Hello there.
I appreciate that his nerdiness is his strongest motivator, even stronger than his horny. Indeed. Hi, Rust. Welcome in. Sadly, it's less about his nerdiness and more about his desperation for the acquisition of wealth, because the beetle that he's looking for is 90% gold, basically. And he has no money.
Bird diagrams. Hand painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff. They're bird cages. But the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Very fancy birds. Birds and cage. 3 brightly coloured birds in a heavy, ornate cage.
What's those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
That's historically been a comparably strong motivator as well. Life insurance and all that, yeah, exactly. I mean, I can kind of get where he's coming from as well, because his family in this tower has no financial stability. She's got a baby Zapdos and Articuno, she does. No fucking clue what this one is, though. Moltres has to grow into its fire, I guess. Yeah. And it must be very... What's the word I'm looking for here? Belittling, I guess? To be that close to a family that has so much wealth, and that is, in his eyes anyway, not using it for anything sensible. A Lola Moltres, yeah, could be. Could be. Emasculating, yeah, yeah.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Like, his wife has left him as well. So, I guess he probably feels kind of inadequate. He's not the heir to the Remington fortune. He's not got as stable a family unit as the other family that lives in the mansion that he's in. He probably feels a little bit like he's failing in all of the ways that they are accidentally succeeding. If you know what I mean. I don't think Tidders is here today, actually, Titan. But yes, Big Bird Lady. Big Bird Lady.
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to
Eyes
be
in
brightly
spirit,
colored.
yeah.
We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, ostentation is the issue there, for sure. He's also, like, the most openly unhappy member of the household. Oh, jeez! Rebecca Roo! Thank you very much for trusting me with your community today. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream. For anyone that's not been here before, hello! Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Hobbytan. I am a variety streamer based in Scotland. My pronouns are they, them. And today we are playing a delightful little game called Tangle Tower. This is the third, I found out today, thank you Cypher, in a series of games about a character called Detective Grimoire. I can see you were playing Detective Pikachu, Rebecca. So you've gone from one detective game to another. This is a very charming little whodunit. I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I hope chat are as well. Petals to Pal, welcome in. Hey Borny, welcome in. Hello Rebecca. Hello Adam. Hello Tomahoop. And Haruibo as well, hello. Welcome in everybody. Teeny Toe Beans, hello. What a fantastic username. Love it. Oh wow, Chibitan is trying desperately to keep up with all of the people to shout out there. We're just such great detectives, huh? Yeah, exactly. How are you finding Detective Pikachu? Have you played it before? Because I was quite fond of Detective Pikachu when I played it. Chibitan putting in a hard graft, yeah. Chibitan works very hard. Sometimes they don't get everything quite right, but they try their best. And we love them.
20-something Aquarius love to travel, and nearly
The
all
new
my
one.
friends
Ah.
are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds
She
here at
likes
Tangle Tower?
birds.
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Detective Pikachu, aka Ichiban got isekai'd. Yeah, exactly. No, I did enjoy the first Detective Pikachu, but I think I prefer the movie to the game, believe it or not. I feel like the movie was a better formed concept. Which feels weird to say. I haven't played the new one though. My experience with the end of the first one kind of put me off giving the second one a try, but I might give it a go, seeing as you've said that you're enjoying it, Rebecca.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz Fellow.
The very one.
You're
Oh,
engaged to a
brilliant,
member
Rebecca.
of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
There we go. So, when we explored Fitz's room, we found a little card with a heart on that said it was from PP. And the trowel that said PP heart FF or FF heart PP. So, 3 guesses where they came from.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
Oh,
It's where
that's
he's
really cool,
happiest.
Rebecca.
That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably write something.
So,
Teeny Toe Beans,
you
thank you
stayed
very
with
much
Fitz
for
the
the
whole day?
follow.
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company,
Fair.
as do I.
Aw. I think she's a little lonely.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
Which bird ate the
He was
golden
muttering
beetle?
Something.
Ah, no,
Seemed
the
a bit upset,
golden
the poor
beetle
dear.
is completely inedible, which is how it has survived for as long as it has, without being predated on. So, likelihood of the bird having eaten, a bird having eaten the golden beetle, quite slim.
I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
But Poppy stayed. So we now have the full cast of characters.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one
little
for the
bit friends.
peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
Bit harsh.
I said it.
She's a sassy one.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
That's very big of her to say, in all honesty. A lot of people would not go, no. I know I am nowhere near as smart as this person, and that is fine.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you...
Welcome
not
in,
know that?
Cyborg. I hope despite the hangover, you're doing well. And I'm glad to hear you had a good time. So, we know who hired Hawkshaw now. It was Professor Pointer.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
See, everybody loved her.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
we just say what we see. It's what we do. It's not our fault if it's true and it hurts.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Hey, no wrong with that,
Yeah,
cyborg.
I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
Did she? Did she really?
No. It's probably quite impressive.
Ooh, very
To a
nice,
visitor,
cyborg.
fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist.
Ouch.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter?
We found the gossip.
Classic clue.
We definitely found the family gossip.
Oh, that's rather sad. I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
She is. I think she
Poppy's
makes it work for her.
gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
She's so sassy.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian. Had her own priorities.
I like how she's like, I'm not going to get involved in the family squabbles, but I am going to cast shade over literally fucking everybody that I live with.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one? Well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in
Reminds
the
me of
music
that game
room, doesn't he?
Contradiction.
Currently.
I don't think I've played that, Titan.
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
She's only a little bitter.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Okay. Remember what I said earlier about how everybody honors the fact that Poppy doesn't want to be associated with that version of herself anymore? Even the one that hates her, that calls her a snake and other nasty things, says horrible things about her musical ability, about her dress sense, about her personality, even she refuses to say, oh, yeah, you don't know who that is? It's Poppy. Like, we do know who it is. We've had that conversation with Poppy already. I love that they, you know, have the commitment to that. The commitment to honouring that one wish of hers. Even Penny. Oh, that sounds really good. I'll have to look that up, Titan. Add that one to the list. I'll write it down now. Contradiction. I actually still have a little note on my magnetic pinboard over there that says Control, Dreadout 2, Alan Wake. All three of which I own and just still haven't gotten around to playing.
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Props to
Excellent.
Penny's VA as well. She's really good.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
So, that top drawing there, for anyone that wasn't here when we were talking to those characters, is of Poppy and Penny's fiance, Fitz. Poppy and Penny, Poppy and Fitz both have shared and exclusive access to a rooftop garden in this house. And Fitz has been teaching Poppy about the flowers in that garden and teaching her how to look after them. Penny seems to dislike Poppy because Poppy is close with Penny's fiance. She's just being jealous. But they do have a lot in common as well. So I can understand why she's probably feeling a little bit threatened. Because her and Fitz don't really have anything in common, and as Grimoire pointed out not that long ago, she doesn't really know anything about him.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, why not just grow a plant because it's pretty?
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. Lovely. There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Rhea, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
No
I've
idea
already
which one's
forgotten all
which.
3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
I would. Okay, so we've asked about all of the people. We've asked about all of the items that we currently have.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now we can go to Penny's room, which will be the last of the non-surprise rooms.
Now, like,
because we've still got
right
the
now?
room above the crime scene to go and investigate. But let's go now. More birdhouses. Ooh.
That's all the statements.
Ah,
Let's go over them all.
not yet. We've still got things to find.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
Aww. She has tea dates with her burbs.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope. They're wooden.
This is a great little puzzle.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Okay. So we've got to swap the positions of the birds. We want... you two there. And I think that's right. Not a great puzzle if you're colourblind. But you can sort of figure it out from their beaks and their eyes. But basically what you have to do is put them in a family tree. So blue and yellow make green, green and white make a light green, green and red make brown.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. A ripped piece of paper crumbled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her. The flower petals originate from red roses growing on the rooftop garden.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
A brightly coloured flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue colour.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Ominous.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
I've got a lot of suitcases. Like, why would you need that many? I've got to admit, I do like this kind of like bed setup. If I lived in a house with high ceilings, I would totally do something like this. But I'd have enough space underneath the bed to have my desk and stuff. Because that'd be really cool. And then I could have like fairy lights and stuff hung from the underside of the bed space. Be really pretty. Anyway, moving swiftly the fuck on. I don't think there's anything else in here for us to find. So what we're going to do is... we have missed a puzzle. I knew I'd forgotten a puzzle.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
It does sort of. This
So
is
what
a
does it
really
do?
easy puzzle once you twig on to what it's doing. It's just getting the order right that's the issue. Because they're all correct. There we go.
I got it.
3, 9, 12, and 6. Just in really neat
I'm
patterns.
impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope. But I'm not actually sure what it is.
Ta-da! Small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It has a screw at the base. Seeing as it was in Hawkshaw's stuff, we've actually got some more stuff to talk to Hawkshaw about as well, so we'll do that.
People
while we're
here are
here.
surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
We've only got one thing left to
Materialistic?
find now.
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth? This is a potential
I mean, she's
murder
got a
weapon,
point.
is it not?
But
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories and I'm not going to share them.
mean.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do you?
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope.
They
for
do indeed,
up-close
Cypher.
investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client.
Okay. So we've got that now. Oh, actually, did we look at the bench last time? I think
There's
we
a
did.
metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Oh dear.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
It's the second biggest mushroom I've ever seen.
Not in real life. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
I love the
It's
dynamic
Tangle
they
Tower.
have.
Or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower.
It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
Sure.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded. By the same wizard.
It's just pulling lore out of nowhere now.
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
It's a good description for a greenhouse. Okay, so it wants us to go back to the stone square because we've got all of the testimonies now, all of the statements. But we're not going to do that yet because what I want to do is complete all of the suspicions for everybody first. It's the sort of bull I say to my kids. Yeah, that's fair. Also, we've got this room to examine, so I want to do that as well. So we're going to do that. It's the attic.
It's a statue of a wolf. Standing up straight, like a man.
His face.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Who doesn't have a werewolf in their attic? A stuffed werewolf at that.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh. Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
I have a she-wolf in the closet. A woo?
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Someone painted out the window.
Hey, Sol, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Probably have a vampire in the basement, maybe. A woo indeed.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope. A ghoul in the potting shed. I mean, that's a little harsh to Fitz. He's not a ghoul. He looks more like Frankenstein's monster, to be honest with you.
Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Well, that's ominous.
Is that what I think it is?
A beef homunculus at the very least. Yes. So, for anyone that's not seen the crime scene, that's the crime scene. That is the outline of our victim, Freya Fellow, where she died. That is Freya Fellow's blood on the floor. And now we have all of the things. So, let's go and quiz everybody about everything that we haven't quizzed them about yet. We'll start with Flora, because she'll have the least to say about everything.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other?
There you go, look.
Than your
So that's
initials?
where we were.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do
we
you know
know
about
he can
Penny?
see her.
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know.
Okay. See, Flora's really easy to deal with when it comes to presenting evidence to her.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Do you know anything about this beetle? Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general?
Silence.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Right, that is Flora completely interrogated. That was easy. We got nothing of value from it. Now it's Felix's turn.
Quite the character, eh?
Oh, did I
a
ask,
fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know,
Red capes.
red capes of a sort.
Has she
Little red
questioned
cape.
you yet?
If you call that questioning,
I also have a
she
red
seemed
cape
bored
somewhere,
by
actually.
everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something called the Golden Beetle.
Oh,
Honestly,
funny you should mention
it's
that.
probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Uh-huh. I can't remember if I actually asked Flora about Hawkshaw, so I'm going to have to go back upstairs and check in a
Fitz?
second.
I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
I like
No,
onions.
but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely.
See?
She's a very vigilant young woman.
Good dad. Supportive of his
Percival
child.
Pointer. Yes. Good old
Trusting
so,
of his child.
What do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
Thank you,
I'm
Sally.
Just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just
He does.
because he's always struggled to support his family.
There it
Slightly
is.
pathetic, really.
And
That's
how
mean.
long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Rude.
Penelope
Brutal.
seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger. Always a little estranged.
How come?
Really?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
Okay. They're all ticked.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it?
That's sad.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
The statue was up
treasure
in the rooftop
hunters.
garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements. But it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
In defense of me picking up everything on the floor.
What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
I mean, he's got a point.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Goodness me!
I hope so. Sorry, my hand itches. It's like... that's better.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
So Fiona, or Fifi, as she prefers to be called, is into microbiology. So she knows a lot about microscopes.
What is it?
She actually makes her own microscopes.
Don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
It is a little bit. Okay, I think that's everything here. Yep. We don't need to talk to him ever again. He can nap now. I'm gonna check that I asked Flora about Hawkshaw. Because I'm doubting myself. I didn't.
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
There we go. Now I've done everything up here.
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Any idea what this means?
I don't think we did this last time, so...
Not a clue.
Math equations.
Don't look at them for too long. You'll give yourself a headache.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes,
Harsh.
the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes,
Accurate.
Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
I like that. We call her out on her bullshit, and she goes, yeah, you're right.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard.
Ouch.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes
Meat Brick is
soil,
24.
Dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
we do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer.
Gee, I get the feeling she
Age,
doesn't like him.
27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Aww.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
I have a couple of friends that are kind of like Poppy. They would definitely deface my notes with a silly comment.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But?
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Maybe in a 6+ feet tall, 24-year-old meat brick who happens to be a very good gardener.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. A book.
Relatable, to be
My
honest.
book.
Yeah.
And what's in it?
Pages. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
I just want to take a moment to point out that Grimoire is so out of his fucking depth here. Like, every person in this building is smarter than him. They are running rings around him during conversations, and he is still trying his fucking damnedest to solve this case, and I love that.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
That came as a surprise.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off.
It was a
only a
third.
third.
So there.
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
So we already know the answer to that because we've asked her father about the painted models. That was a birthday present for Flora. And it was supposed to be all of her favourite people. Or all of her favourite things. Her ink-dip bird, Freya, and we don't know who that is. But it's safe to assume it's probably somebody that she's related to. Little bit harsh that there isn't a figure of Fifi there, though.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
The fruit here
I
has
think
a
Fifi's
unique
feeling a
chemical
little left
makeup.
out.
It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
Good answer.
That blade,
It's a troll for gardening.
it is.
I don't think I've ever heard somebody say trowel like that.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My argument stands. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
I can agree with that.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
That's neat. Like, she's just like, I know it's an irrational fear. I have no explanation for why I'm scared of them, but I am scared of them. Why is my hand so itchy? Oh my god.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object?
Fair.
Next! It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
Oh, I think I know what it reminds her of.
This
We'll have a
belongs
proper
to
look at it
Professor
in a
Pointer,
second.
Does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
There we go.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Oh, perfect reaction there, Fifi. Well done. Okay, so that's everything from Fifi, but we haven't actually got her suspicious thing yet.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope.
Yeah, Fifi's great. To be honest with you, every single character in this is wonderful in their own way. I think the lens and the string are for surveying. Really, Cypher. Interesting. I suppose we'll have to find out, won't we? Yeah, so Hawkshaw said that that little lens was a microscope. So either she doesn't know what it's for, or she's lying.
Let's ask her about it.
Let's confront her. You there. Liar. Let's talk to her about the rest of the characters and the one object we haven't talked to her about as well.
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
Whoa, scandal.
Ooh.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
It's true.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
I suppose she's got to be polite about Professor Pointer, seeing as he's paying her to be here. Though how he's paying her to be here, I don't know.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're
That's okay,
such
we already
a
know.
tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked
A
out what you're
client
searching for.
tease. A clue tease? You are searching for a beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
Ouch.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great
She's
many
so rude.
insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
It's broken and doesn't work. She doesn't know how to use it. I mean, it's not a microscope, so if she thinks it's a microscope, she clearly doesn't know how to use it.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
No, but we did ask an expert. The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, which makes it the murder weapon. So Hawkshaw lied about it.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw,
Yeah, that's fair.
why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me, and so I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered
Same cipher.
that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Yeah, I love that Hawkshaw's like, I wanted to be an astronomer, and Grimoire's, I want to be a detective. And Sally's just like, no, I just want to rule the entire galaxy. Fuck the lot of you. I bet that's still her life goal. I don't think it's changed now that she's older. Okay.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
Except for
That
this one.
wasn't what she asked.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No, I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Perfect. No notes.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
Hey, SK, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
I've just noticed how crap the captions are being again, so I'm going to move the microphone closer. Give it a little cuddle. Sorry if that makes me way too loud.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like,
Oh,
her
I'm
pets?
having a good time, SK.
Do they have names?
I hope folks in
they
chat
have
are as well.
names. Penelope loves to
It's
name
a very
things.
charming game.
Do you
Craptions,
remember what you
indeed.
named them?
I do not.
So he doesn't
Those
really seem to know
petals,
much about
they
Penny
are-
either.
What?
They're red. A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too. I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Of course there is.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
Uh-huh. Sure. We believe you. That didn't sound like a complete falsehood at all. Honest. Extremely convincing. Yeah. Everything's fine here, he says.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as
Oh
shadows.
yeah, she has
slip
poems about
past.
everybody.
Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make around a room. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
I really like her poems about everybody.
Feathers flashing in the light.
Man, this is
from
a Wendy's and you are holding up the
gleaming
line.
bright.
Yeah.
I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been
Worth it, though.
misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
That was nice.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I
Aw.
arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it.
Oh,
But one day,
shit.
she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
We have done her. Yeah, we've done her suspicion. I thought we had to show her the photo to get the suspicion to unlock, but I guess
Is
not.
that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close
I feel
friends.
attacked.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take
Fair.
control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. How sweet. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
It's
impressive,
pretty.
I guess. But
like
kind
it.
of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
That's fair.
Yeah, he does that. Is
He's a
that
lurker.
Gardening troll?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar.
That's cute.
No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
That's not helpful.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. You get some weird insects around here. I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
It does look a little
Penny not
cramped.
let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
I keep
Never
saying
seen
that we're
that one
gonna
before.
take a proper look
Was
at the
it in the
potted flower.
greenhouse?
No.
But,
We found it in Penny's room.
Right. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Good to know. Right, I think that's everything from her. Yep.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room.
There we go.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Let's go now. But... Did I not show her the crumpled paper? I'll go and do it in a sec. 'Cause I want to... There it is. So we found this in Penny's bedroom. And I have recently twigged. I can't say just because it's taken me so long to do this. I have recently twigged as to why it's in her room. Take a look at that flower. It's very pretty, right? Very unusual shape. Doesn't it look familiar? It's a penny flower. It looks just like her. Okay, let's go and show her the crumpled paper. Yeah, I just skipped straight over it and I have no idea why. Thank you, Sol.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Liar. Thank you, Sol. Okay. Let us confront Fifi.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10
So, there are secrets written in here?
Just cutting her off there.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my
We have seen this
bedroom.
book
It is
elsewhere.
mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
We have seen this book in this photograph.
Let's take a closer look at this.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belongs to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal
Seems reasonable.
secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this
And
true, Fifi?
Apparently it's
I know
correct.
Freya was your friend. But if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know
Mum,
Freya,
thank you
so
for the
this
hydrate.
might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Thank you for the posture
Very
check as well.
I will open it. However,
There we go.
as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Oh, and a treat for the bar staff as well. Thank you very much.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
It is a witch. Thank you.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back. In the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soulbearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple, compared to the harp. I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. Oh, and thank you for the treat, Porthos. He's asleep. How asleep is the question, though. Very asleep. I'll put the treat to one side for when he wakes up. So something's going off here.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Too asleep for treats, yeah.
Something to do with the
Shocking,
statue in the
isn't it?
garden, I think.
He's sleeping a lot more deeply these days, which I think is a good thing. Like, it means he's settled and comfortable. But also he's getting old, so maybe it's just because he's getting old.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we
Getting
could have missed
cozy,
something.
yeah. Later. Because we've still got people to present information to. We've still got secrets to uncover.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
We do.
Who's the her in the message?
With Snoops.
And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure she's been given that because it looks like her.
I don't know what that is. Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Okay, that's all of the things and all of the people.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower.
It does look just like her, yeah it does.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Let's go and challenge Fitz.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room.
And now we can talk about Penny's thing. But we're going to deal with Fitz first, and then we'll deal
Let's
with
ask her
Penny.
about it.
Because we're here now. We've already showed him everything. So just a suspicion
Fitz,
to do.
I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
Seem
How did
capable
you
of
know
sneaking.
that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Okay, so we've got Fifi definitely saw Fitz holding a knife. Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else, or Fifi lied about seeing Fitz. Fifi doesn't strike me as the kind of person that would lie, like, outright. I think it's much more likely that she incorrectly interpreted information. So I think he was holding something else.
He did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
Return home, thankfully. I don't have to ferry Mum back later. Cool. If by I return home you mean you're on your way home now, safe journey. If you mean you are already home, then I hope your journey home was safe and, you know, uneventful. In my goon cave, okay. Well, I hope your journey home was safe and uneventful. And welcome back. It was probably his trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Little needs to stop putting ice cream on a discount. I mean, I love discounted ice cream. More ice cream is always good. An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
It's the good stuff. Even better.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah. More ice cream is always good in my
Compared to
opinion.
that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Can't fit it in my freezer. Oh, you know what you have to do then, Rocket? Gotta eat it. All of it. Die from ice cream overdose, but at least you die happy. Got to get some ice cream now. Yeah, we don't have any ice cream either. I've not really been buying any while Slow's been poorly. Tell that to my self-consciousness. Yeah, fair play. Fair play. Something to compare. Ah, potted fruit. Silly me.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Okay. So, this is the only other potted plant we have. So it makes sense that we'd compare with that. Pot and soil. Pot and soil. In Penny's room. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil. It's the one for the greenhouse. Found in Fitz's greenhouse. There we
The
go.
pot and soil in
Because they're
Penny's
both
room
blue.
matches the pot
Blue
and
soil
found
with
in
the,
Fitz's greenhouse.
Sort of pinky coloured pots.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
I'd feel so guilty if somebody did something like that for me. Because you can try to keep a plant going, but sometimes it will just die. Like, the temperature in a room might not be right for it, or it might not get quite enough sunlight. You might overwater it, you might underwater it, it might need additional food or something. And unless you know all of that up front, there's every possibility it's gonna wilt and die. And I'd feel really guilty if somebody had gone to the effort of breeding a flower specifically for me, and then it died. It's nice that he looks after it for her, though. It's a shame she doesn't appreciate how much work went into making it happen. It doesn't matter how easy a plant is to care for, it will die in my care. I have been there, RNG. I'm slowly getting better at looking after plants. Very slowly. So all we've got to do with her is the suspicion.
Yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her,"
Oh,
on a
that's
piece
fab,
of paper and
Cypher.
hid
I
it in
love
your
that.
room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message
Did you
I
call
wanted
it
to ask
Audrey
about.
too?
It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses, and there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Bitey. Fantastic. Also a great name. Where is it? Here we go. So this drawing of the roses. It's a pitcher plant. Oh, fantastic. I love a pitcher plant. They're beautiful little plants.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
Several pitcher plants now.
I
Aw, it had
can't imagine
babies.
what you're getting at.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible
Godzilla
from
sees a
most
harpy
items?
lady. Hello,
For
Hans.
most people,
Welcome
it
in.
would be.
I hope you're
But
doing
don't
well
forget,
today.
Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Spying. One of Penny's birds was used to kill. Was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz. Because they were planning a murder. No, probably not. Steal money from them. Probably not. Well, it definitely worked, so it's not that one. Trying to distract them and spy on them seems like a stupid plan. So it must be steal evidence from them.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that.
Uh-huh.
Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Well, we've got feathers.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Easy peasy. Green and yellow feather. Green and yellow bird. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird to confuse me. Specifically to confuse me. When it visited the rooftop garden. That makes sense.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there.
There
in
we
their
go.
private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself. so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little...
That's harsh.
I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Like, instead of just discussing it with her betrothed, she decides to spy on him. And look, I'm gonna say it. If Poppy was making a move on Fitz, it takes two to tango. She keeps calling Poppy a snake and, you know, saying other nasty, mistrustful things about her. But she can't then say Fitz would never do anything like that. But I can't stand the thought of them spending time together. It's not entirely Poppy's fault if something's going on between the two of them. It could be that Poppy has a bit of a crush on him. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he feels the same way. I mean, look at the flower that he spent months breeding for Penny. Not that she seems to appreciate it in the fucking slightest. He's put all this effort into giving her a wonderful little gift to show how much she means to him. If there is anything going on between them, it's probably almost entirely on Poppy's side, and they're just really good friends. You know? And her reacting the way she has, instead of just talking to him about it, being open about how she's feeling, it's not a good foundation for their relationship. Just saying. It can be hard to have those kind of conversations with somebody that you care about. Hey, Amelia, welcome in. But it's healthy to do it. By all means, take your time and approach it in a way that is, you know, suitable for you, but don't do this. This is not healthy. All it does is breed resentment. Well, yes, but then who would give you a red herring? Very true. Very true. Oh, shit, wrong button. Maybe Fitz is just a bit of a gardening hoe. Exactly! Exactly! Fucking exactly, RNG. Bravo. Oh, we've done them all. We have done all of the suspicions. I think all we have left to do is to show Professor Pointer a couple of bits of evidence. Yep. And talk to him about Penny. So we'll do that first.
Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time. Until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
He's so bitter.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage?
So, folks, how are we feeling about this so far? We've met the entire cast of characters. We've had all of their statements. We found all the evidence. Who do we think committed the murder? Oh yeah, Amelia. I've known quite a few. At one of my previous jobs, there was quite a large Muslim community in the workplace, and they would often like coordinate their pilgrimages to make sure that they weren't gonna leave anybody else in the lurch when they were going. Has to be the Sith Lord. Sorry, the Private Eye. You think? I think the Professor is sus.
Well, now that is most definitely none of
The
my
Professor does
business.
feel very sus,
Quite
doesn't he?
possibly none of yours either.
So we've got one for Hawkshaw, we've got one for Professor Pointer.
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a
Aw.
flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Shame she's buggered off. Enjoy your time in the Lurkers Lounge, Amelia. And enjoy Assassin's Creed Mirage. Yeah, it wasn't a great
this?
joke, was it?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Ouch. I like that Grimoire just accepted that as well. It's like, yeah, I don't know if it's just junk, but we're gonna pretend it's a clue until we figure out if it's not. I also suspect it might not be murder. Oh, what are you thinking, Cypher? You thinking, are we thinking a faked death? Are we thinking, are we thinking it was self-murder, shall we say? I mean, it has all the hallmarks of a locked room mystery, doesn't it? You're thinking self-murder. Okay. So, I guess it's time to do some things.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
We've got a bell, a mouth, a piano, and a bird. Doesn't seem like this puzzle can be solved yet.
Let's come back later.
This wasn't here before, though, was it?
This wasn't
Very
here
cute.
before.
It wasn't here before, I was right.
What is it?
Oh,
It's
we
a little
picking it
wooden
up.
toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
Crab. Oh, look at the little icon.
There's a note stuck
Quiet,
at the
isn't
back.
it?
What does it say?
Okay, either Grimoire's having a head empty moment, or whatever he's just read is not good. I do like Sally and Grimoire's friendship. Yeah, me too. They've got a really nice dynamic. It
Grimoire?
works well. Shit, did we break him? This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya. Freya's the murder victim. Oh, look at his little cheeks. Okay, so either she's faked her own death, or we're being helped by a ghost now. Faked death, yeah. A wooden toy of some kind. A layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass. Okay.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Yay!
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What
Like, we've
about
not seen the
little wooden
body.
toy thingy?
It was the deep state.
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
It could have been a message to her friends. Yes, that's a very good point, Cypher. Could it be the pattern of the frog notes on the harp? I think it is. So let's have a look at
I'm
this.
still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
Okay. It said
Let's
simple melodies
come
will
back
soothe
later.
its soul. So, or move its soul. So, we need to go over the witness statements. So, let's
That's all
do
the
that.
statements collected. Let's run through them all.
And then we'll
to see if
figure out
anything
the
doesn't add
crib.
up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That
Okay.
too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
Yeah. So either everybody's lying, or nobody is.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. To resemble a bloody knife, I think. Just to throw us off, basically.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question.
Both?
Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Exactly,
okay, well,
Sol.
How about this?
That must be it.
How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Oh! Oh, it did a thing. Okay.
It's a garden, I think.
Oh yeah, we can't do that.
We could.
Ready when you are.
We need to actually go to the map. So if we boop something that can make a noise, we'll see that little crab picture. Egg.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
I'm still not sure about this thing.
Should we take another look?
We still can't solve it, but we know... that wasn't there before. Okay. So we've got a piano, we've got a mouth, and we've got a bell. We know where the piano is. So we know what to do about that, I think. Mouth. None of the characters sing. And bell. Doorbell, maybe?
Let's come back later.
Let's see if the doorbell will work for the bell. Recording of someone walking outdoors, a distorting humming melody can be heard. I thought we'd got some, like, singing or humming somewhere. So maybe that's what we need for the mouth. Because the pink one's piano music. So let's try both of the tapes and see how they go. I'll come back for the doorbell to see if that's right.
It's piano music.
Okay, no crap. So... we do have access to a simple piece of piano music, though, because we've got the framed piece that Poppy learned.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Ah, here we go. This one looks like a Kabuto. It's cute. That one looks like Zoidberg now I think about it. the Zoidberg face. We've got a Kabuto and a Zoidberg face. Okay, so piano music didn't work. So maybe we can get Poppy to play that piano piece for us again. Well, it's unticked, so I guess that's a yes.
It's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
What about the crack in the attic floor, Cypher? Oh! Yay! Oh, this one looks like it's giving a hug. Okay. So, try the doorbell. That would make sense, yeah.
Ah, there's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
Oh.
PPFF.
It did, yeah. It lined up perfectly, in fact. There we go. Doorbell, humming, piano, bird song. Sorted. This one says puppy to me. I don't know why.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes.
Let's try this again.
Okay.
You know, I think we might be able to...
Sorry, Grimoire. I got overexcited about solving the puzzle. Yep, okay, that looks right. Yep.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Oh,
Wait.
did I do it wrong?
Do you hear that?
I guess I didn't do it wrong. Ooh, secret door. Nice.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Going down. Secret room. And Hawkshaw said there weren't going to be any secret rooms. Freya?
What's in there?
Maybe. We got... bugs! Hey, pretty beetles.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
No, that's sad.
Poor little guys.
I'm with Sally on this
Now,
one.
there's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean. It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
I suppose it does, doesn't it? I do like the beetles here, though. Very pretty. This one looks like a gemstone. This one looks angry. Aw, look at his little grumpy face. That one looks like it's made of cheese. This one looks fairly normal. I swear there's a beetle that actually looks like that in real life. I wonder what it's made of, though.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
Ooh.
That's an
We're
incredibly
getting into the
specific area of study.
specific bug studies. Makes me think of a sponge. Yeah, it did look sort of spongy, didn't it?
Forensic
I always think about
Entomology,
cheese, though.
Volume 3.
That's an incredibly
Okay,
specific...
so we've got more than one copy of Forensic Entomology Volume 3 by the sounds.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. It looks like they're being boiled,
That's ominous.
but the liquid is ice cold.
That's more ominous, somehow.
And drawn entomology charts.
Cool. Cheese is very tasty. I like cheese.
Bugs. Big ones.
beautiful
Looks
ones.
like they're made of metal.
I like metal bugs.
A candle, perched on a barrel.
That's super safe. I'm always thinking about cheese, yeah.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
I love these two so much.
Medieval pirates.
Yes!
Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
Has Fitz been down here?
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
Okay, maybe not.
A glass tank, it's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside.
Interesting.
Is that a lab coat?
Warning, hand wash only. Size, small.
Small? Someone petite has been using that then.
It's so dark, I can barely tell what I'm looking at. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside.
Oh, neat.
I can't tell if they're still alive.
Oh.
I like that you called them rooms.
Yeah, they're little bug rooms. That's cute. Well, that looks like a safe.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Oh, a
Weird
puzzle.
looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Okay. Oh, okay. I wonder if these have to line up perfectly. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, okay. If I put that away and then bring it back out, no, it's still underneath, okay. It's not to do with the order of interaction. So I guess we go this way? Maybe... Oh, that looks like it goes there, because that's like a perfect match for that. Is it going to be one of these super annoying windy ones where you have to send it back the way it came? Maybe. That certainly seems likely, because this is useless. That blocks that off. And the other one doesn't reach. So I guess that goes like that. Could do that. And that brings it up there. But then it doesn't connect to anything else. Because that won't be... Yeah, it's too much of a gap there, I think. Okay. Oh. Maybe not then. But there's literally no other way for that to work. Unless that's not right. But it has to be. Fuck. Okay. I think that's got to be like that. So... that goes there. That becomes that. That has to go like that, I think. How does this one go? No, that can't be right. Ooh. Maybe we can have a little gap? No, because that doesn't... Maybe I was too quick to decide with this one. Oh, I was. There we go. And then if we do that instead, that brings that back here. Ah, there we go. And then can we... Oh, that doesn't really connect though. Ah, but we've got that green one there. So if we do that... No. If we... Oh. That has kind of scuppered my plan. Maybe like that? But then that goes over there, so... Oh! There we go! Let's just check that that matches up properly. We'll go from the lock. There we go! That wasn't so bad.
That's the one.
And you can tell I've gotten comfy now because I've sunk into my chair. Hang on. Let me sit up properly. That's better. There. Now I won't sink back into my chair because I've brought the back forward a bit.
Nice and moist for me.
Torpor, thank you for the hydrate. Running out of drink.
Hey, not bad.
Oh, and a stretch. Lovely. Folks watching, it seems Torpor has redeemed some meat mecha maintenance for me. Mandatory for me. Actively encouraged for you. Now is a great time. Posture check is still on a cooldown. Yes, I think my mum redeemed one earlier. Hey, Primbles, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. But yeah, now is a great time to have a little stretch, have a sip of your drink, and unshrimp if you need to as well. I hope you had a good time at Comic-Con, Primbles.
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
Ooh, more research. I like research. I'm so glad, Prime B. Secret research. A folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as-yet unidentified chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. 3. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. Oh, that's very cool, Prime B. Very cool.
Whose research is this?
That's a good question. I mean, we've heard some of that information before from Fitz, so maybe it's his?
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
I think we already have that section, because this looks suspiciously like this. And this has a number 4 on it. I've acquired at least 3 Gunpla. Nice! Do you want to tell me which ones? Perfect.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his
Makes
golden
sense.
beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Oh, so Pointer... Oh, I bet he's been trying to breed the golden beetle so he can make money.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is
Petty
looking
little
pretty,
Infinite.
substantial.
Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Are we sure?
Ready to go down? Again?
Secondary basement.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
Bit grim down here, isn't
Two
it?
cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake.
Not the basement's basement. Apparently, yeah.
We must be.
And an under lake basement at that.
Right.
Very cool.
But if that's the lake bed,
It's very
why does
pretty.
it
I
look
love
like
the
that?
the water movement on the wall there. That's nice.
Like what?
White, smooth.
There is a lot of light down here, considering we've got one tiny little fucking
No
candle.
plants, no anything. That's
There's some
not what a
fish.
lake looks like.
Where are we?
Good question.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure
Silent
lakes
Hill,
are supposed to
apparently.
be
It feels that
darker
way,
at
doesn't
the
it?
bottom, not lighter.
Why
Bit
is
more
there a
damp
room
than
down here
Silent Hill
anyway?
usually is.
And why is it so much older than the
Less
rest
blood.
of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though.
Maybe.
More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
Good point.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
Oh, hello. This is a map.
Storage.
It's Freya's room. The library.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it? The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
The rooftop garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
Yeah, this is obviously before they put the turrets on the place. Probably when it was just the, what are they called? The Remingtons that lived here.
A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
Okay. There's the music room. That's
It's
where
the
we
room
are at the
above
minute.
us. The one we were just in.
The laboratory?
Yeah.
That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not
Okay, at
labeled
least
as
we know it
anything
doesn't
on
go
these
any
plans,
further.
though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
Interesting.
It's the aviary. Study. Wait.
We didn't visit a study.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
I think I can answer that one. So there's the door for the bedroom. And there's the door for the other bedroom. There's no door. In fact, it looks like the only way into the study is through the grand hall. Through the tube. Which is an unnerving prospect, because there's water in that thing. But,
Misted Mansion, north side cross section.
Fishmen! Yeah, maybe it's the fishmen study.
Is it not Tangle Tower?
Wasn't then. So we know that Flora renamed it to Tangle Tower after she had a fight with her family, and they all moved out.
Tangle Tower before the towers?
But that was after the towers had already been built, so... This is a very old map.
This seems pretty significant.
I think it is, yeah, Cypher.
Agreed.
Building plans for Misted Mansion North Side cross section. A roll of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage. A room labelled study is in the centre. So that's the original water line, and that's where it is now. So the room we're in right now has always been at least partially underwater, but now it's fully underwater. Interesting, that.
It's an empty bookcase.
Something tells me it's been empty for a long time.
Old cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
I'm deliberately ignoring the very obvious clues.
Oh, but there's more.
In case
They're
there's
also
anything
damp.
less obvious.
And empty. A bunch of picture frames. But it's too dark to see the pictures.
It's not too dark. The frames are all empty.
Oh, shit. Okay.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
Sorry, itchy hand again. Global warming confirmed. Yes, that's what it is.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Ooh. Mistids of the Sea and Sky. A children's picture book. It looks very old. The Ink Dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. The Silver Snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Hey, that's the thing that's on the platform in the stone square where Hawkshaw was. You know, the thing that didn't have a head? The Soul Bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. Hey, that's what this is. The Amphobe, a frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. They're the little guys playing the instruments that we've seen statues of. That's neat. So we've encountered a likeness of each and every one of these creatures. That's pretty neat. Excuse me while I fidget. Ugh.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Now, she's taking the piss, but I feel we've got a very important piece of evidence here.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
Scientific term. A sleek but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
Red rope, eh? We've got something like that. Oh, geez. Damaged photo. It's been framed, but is slightly damp. Photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. That's ominous. That looks like little Flora, which, based on the drawing that we've got that Freya did of her, makes sense. She's got her ink dip birds around her. So maybe this big guy, who looks suspiciously like the other figurine in the set that Felix was making for her, maybe that's her dad.
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Oh, looks like she's had the same thought as me. See? It's even got the like thing over his chest that you can't
Felix
see properly.
made a little model of him
in the photo
for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
So Flora was originally a Remington, so Lord Remington, would be her
Remington.
dad.
That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know.
Nah, it's definitely her.
I don't think she looks so different.
She doesn't. Less happy, though. She looks sad now. Maybe that's just the joys of growing up. I love the little, like, doodles in the margins here in his notebook. They're so cute. You missed the trick. He should have been an artist.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
I think we've probably found everything useful here. So let's go for it. Oh, you bugger, it's dark now.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black. But I think there's a switch.
Oh, we're pulling it. We're pulling it. Secret ladder.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
Yes. Oh, wow. I don't know where to start in here. There's so much stuff that looks like it should be clicked on. Secret ladder, in the mansion. Secret, secret, secret. Yeah. We're only a little excited about the secret room. Millipede?
Centipede? Millipede?
I think it's a millipede.
How many legs has it got?
Crab. Yeah, we got a crab. We got a big snaky thing.
Too many.
Unicorn
Some kind
fish?
Of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
Birdfish?
That's a bird skull.
Fish bird?
We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Do you like the creepy stuffed werewolf there? That's like our second creepy stuffed
in
werewolf.
any normal room, this thing would be my main concern.
Hey, Grox, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I still need to fix the shout out for you to turn it into a Grox Inc. shout out. Sorry. I will remember to do it eventually, I promise.
In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
Millipede only has 2 pairs of legs per body section. That has at least 3. Though it looks like the legs have just been tacked on wherever, so... Yeah, I need to do that, Grox. It's just, that also requires the same amount of effort as changing it into a Grox Inc. one, and I just keep forgetting to do it. Because it does it automatically based on the fact that you have streamed previously.
Crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
So the human centipede is really a human millipede. Ah, I see what you did there.
Not really. It's mostly blank.
Okay. Crumpling up blank paper seems like a bit of a waste if you ask me.
Who are
What's
all
this?
the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
And there's 5 of them. So in Freya's diary, she said she'd found them, and all 5 of them had their eyes blacked out. So I guess that's these people here. Group photo. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." Photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have their faces crudely covered with black ink. Is it me, or does this lady here look like younger Poppy before she had her goth phase? That might be Poppy's mum. And that would explain why Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. That might be Poppy, like, fighting back against the fact that her mum left. She doesn't want to emulate her anymore, so she's gone completely the opposite direction. She's being her own person in that way, if you see what I mean. I mean, it's all speculation. We have no idea who any of these people are, but... I don't know why, but the one with the green jacket looks like Wib. I could picture Wib wearing an outfit like that, yeah. The one at the back looks like our adventurer. That is very true. It does, doesn't it?
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
I think there's more clues to find, so I'm not going to talk to you about that photo yet. Because there might be other things to talk to you about.
An incinerator built into the wall.
Ooh.
It's still pretty hot.
They call it the Mothman.
Hello there.
Can't unsee it now.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. But yeah, there's something.
Ooh, let's have a look. Oh, hello! That's our mysterious disappearing ink dip feather. And some red fabric and some buttons. Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-coloured scraps of fabric are still visible. Red fabric, black buttons. Red fabric, black buttons. Red fabric, black buttons. think Soul might have been onto something.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
Yeah, there's something missing from that collection.
The one that isn't there.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
Worm?
Worm.
That's the one.
Nessie?
They call
Hydra?
this room a study?
Hydra Nessie? Nidra?
What would you call it?
The secret death chamber of doom.
What a dweeb.
Do those look like scratch marks to you? On the glass?
Oh god, was there one of these in there?
Yeah. They're on the inside.
That makes me nervous.
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Let's have a look. Well, we've seen one of these before. And I think we've got something that fits here as well. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. 4 lines? I only see 3. I think that might be a typo. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure. Crab.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
That's pretty neat.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3?
Bonus claw.
Ugh. You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated and the claws can be opened or closed. Great. I'm a grown-up, honest. Yes! Okay.
This
Let's
crab really reminds me of something.
Let's go find the actual solution before I start
That
fucking
little
about
wooden
properly.
toy we found?
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to help us.
It's an action figure, not a doll. Yeah, exactly.
I think I've seen it more recently.
There's a picture of one of these crabs in that children's book we picked up in the basement. So let's have a look at that. There you go. Okay, so I'm gonna draw this very crudely. So I know what angles to put these at. Looks like it's trying to dab a little bit. Do you want to see my crude drawing? I don't know if the camera can pick it up actually. There you go. There is my crude crab claw drawing. It's very small. It should get the message across for me though. Looks crabby. Thank you, Soul. Okay, let's try this again.
It's got a
Let's see if
Also,
it is the picture
crabs
book.
normal-
Okay. So let's move this one out of the way first. Ugh. Because this one needs to come up like that. And that should be closed. This one, oh God. Oh god, okay. I think that has to go like that. And then, yeah! Then this goes like this. And it's open. And then this one, it's already at a right angle there, so that's good. It looks like it needs to go like this, but it automatically pushes itself to there, so I guess it's like that. And then we open that one. I think that works.
Perfect.
Yay! Or should I say, yay! Oh, you can't really see that because the camera's too zoomed in. I did the crab pose. There we go. Ooh. Hello.
What's this?
Fucking mood torpor.
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
A crossbow. An incomplete crossbow. Interesting. And these look interesting and slightly familiar. I think Grimoire's had the same thought as me. It's not cross, just a disappointed bow.
What is it?
Bravo. Okay. I think we've probably got all of the thinkies that are in here.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Oh, I hadn't clicked on that, apparently.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Ooh, what's in it? Ooh. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th ambassador located, finally. Can't say I harboured any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works. Perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know. It's time. It's a Harry Potter fanfic. Thankfully, it is not a Harry Potter fanfic, because some of those are pretty fucking horrendous. Hello, Cog. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today.
Someone's been using this room.
Okay. Ooh, we got 3. Start with the study.
This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays, it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table.
Oh, awesome,
makes me
Cog.
think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
So we've got the other drawing there, look. And that... We've got lines on this and a bit of tape stuck to it. It's an exact match. So both of those were found in Freya's room.
Painting from Freya's room, and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down.
No, it doesn't.
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
I think asking the person who's in all of the sketches and who has an outfit that is the only one out of the entire cast of characters that matches with the stuff that's in the incinerator. I don't think we ask her fucking anything about the secret room that we've just found ourselves in. That's asking to get ourselves murdered.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
I think we already have them.
We found them already.
We've definitely found that. That's... Which means that this... is that. And that has a little blue bit on the base. There we go.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the
I
crossbow
think the
is
crossbow is
definitely
the
the
murder
murder
weapon.
weapon.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery. Time to solve this.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to
Here
put
we
it
go.
all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
And we know the answer to that one, don't we, Cypher? It's fired
It was
from
fired
above.
from above, Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait, the arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope, doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
She was already on her back. Because that's why her feet were so close to the easel. She must have passed out or something. So if she was passed out... We know this one isn't true. It was at a perfect right angle, which means the only way that this scenario could be correct is if Freya was already lying on her back when she was shot.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
I don't think she'd already been killed. I don't think Flora did this. Might have something to do with the cracks. Yeah, that would make sense. Because why would all of this stuff be cracked? Everybody said that she always kept her paints in really good condition. And Poppy absolutely fucking adored that gramophone. So she would have taken really good care of it. And I think it was on Wednesday, so I don't remember. But I think Fifi said something about the gramophone being in perfect condition last time she saw it. So maybe she was unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The gramophone. Paint fumes. Yeah, she's been huffing paint again.
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
The music that was being played couldn't have been the problem, because the tape that was in the player was also cracked, so we know what that was. And it still works. And we've played it multiple times and caused no problems. So... something in the gramophone?
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
Professor Pointer had lost his specimen that he'd been trying to breed and had his telescope trained on Flora's tower, looking for it. All through the laboratory, there were things that were cracked and damaged where the bugs were. Fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels.
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone.
It was in the
I don't
gramophone.
think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty
yeah, there was a
similar
glass
shape
in
to
it.
the one on the gramophone.
And the horn's
that broken
cracked.
glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful
Lethal
frequency
doot,
did
yes.
pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
It did. Freya's paints, the gramophone itself.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere.
The
Freya's
brown
paints,
note.
the pink
Oh
cassette
no.
tape, and the gramophone itself.
That tower
They
probably
all
smells
sustained
awful.
Similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack
It's
metal.
a very angry
enough to knock
bug.
someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much
Earmuffs.
further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
Earmuffs. Earmuffs. They stole the earmuffs. That's why they weren't where they were supposed to be.
They protected themselves.
How?
Earmuffs.
These are some
Earmuffs!
pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
I'm loving the
2.
little crime
The
scene
murderer is hiding in the
reconstructions.
attic,
They're so
wearing
good.
earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it?
Yeah, it
at
only does
that
it when it's
particular
threatened.
moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it.
But what pissed the bug off?
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Okay.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Okay. Well, that's odd. So she hadn't painted this side of the painting yet, as you can see. There's Flora's little pot plant. What's that? 'Cause there's only one plant on the windowsill.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Only eats the seeds of the tantum amica, pictured. That's why she's got that plant. She's got it on the windowsill in the hopes that her bird will come back. Oh, that's sad.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
There's nothing yellow in this room. And she didn't use that paint at all. Poppy says that Freya would mix all the colours she would need before starting her painting. So she needed all of these paints to do the painting. But whatever this was for was in the bit of the painting she'd not painted yet.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink-dip feather?
It was here.
We don't have the feather, yeah.
Where'd
but
it go?
We found that. We found it. We found it somewhere else. There we go. See?
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene.
Poor Flora.
And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question
But they had to leave the attic at some point.
How could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still.
It's the missing pot
image
plant
of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
Yeah. Freya's intentions for the painting, so that'll be her brush and palette, surely.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need
blob of
before
yellow
she started painting.
Seems so incongruous in comparison to everything else. Yellow paint. going to be used to paint. It must be. It must be this. This sketch of something sitting in the window.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Ooh. I know what it is. That bird looks suspiciously like a pot plant. She's back.
There she is. Our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did.
Hello, Hawkshaw. If that is your real name.
But she's a very good listener.
Sith Lord!
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Hi, Penelope.
Why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
Why does she want us to tie her up? I mean, like, if it's a kink thing, I'm fine with that, but, you know, she could at least ask properly first.
I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you.
She's up to summit.
Lovely. Now,
It's the only rope I had.
tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just
needed to know.
Need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook.
I don't think
Go
she
on,
likes that somehow.
indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? I suppose I
lonely.
can't argue with that,
I even
can
said
I?
that earlier.
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us. So
Yeah, exactly.
why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after.
Ouch.
Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was
5
the
people.
first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where
Why
they'd
they
all
left.
gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The
Study.
study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would
Incinerator.
peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you
Have
know
a
it's
bit of an
there, it's
effect on
simple.
your psyche.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
But we've seen things referred to as mistids in the children's book and in the study and in those research notes. They seem to be like evolutionary quirks. Maybe they've, because it almost sounds like cryptids, so maybe it's like a play on that concept because they're mysterious evolutions, but they're not, like, that there is no evidence for anything cryptozoological, but there is tangible evidence that these things exist, if you see what I mean. So maybe it's that sort of thing.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective
Grimwald
term
doesn't know.
from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The
it's
mutation can
specific
take
to
several
the lake water,
generations,
okay.
or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot
gets
or
it.
whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Research notes, maybe? Couldn't be the children's book. I don't think.
That's not it.
No, okay. Maybe it is the children's book.
That's not right.
What did you find then? Not the notebook, because that's hers. Did she actually find the beetle?
That's not right.
No. Oh, that's not in the study though. The photo. Oh, like the group photo. Maybe. That was in the study.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single
Well
unit,
spotted, Sol.
calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough.
Okay.
They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Ouch.
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
That'll be the beetle.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time,
kept it from everybody.
Take what was owed to me.
Maybe his
so
wife?
You stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step.
Pausing the conversation for a second here so I can spiral wildly. He seems fairly relaxed about the fact that his wife left. He seemed more concerned about the effect it had had on Poppy. So perhaps the beetle, especially considering his wife's area of expertise, came from his wife. Perhaps they're still in contact. And that's why he's so chill about the fact that she left. I think that makes the most sense.
Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
Ha! It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
Okay.
Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
No
the
worries,
ambassadors
Hans.
took everything
Hope
when they
you
left.
enjoy your pizza.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Yeah, she seemed to like Freya. Like every version of her, except for Hawkshaw, who didn't know her. But she liked Freya. So why? Is Freya onto her?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Yeah. Her nightmare painting. That's why she took a photograph of it. Big red cape, black hair, little bit of a white face.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy.
And that's
I
what
later discovered
that's what the
it was a
bit
figure
in
of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare.
That's what the bit in Freya's diary meant. Did I bring it to life? She painted this picture to help her process what was going on in her traumatic dreams. And then all of a sudden a person that looks exactly like her fucking painting shows up at Tangle Tower. That must have been horrifying for her. Fuck.
For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us.
Like
She
many
was
artists.
desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona.
Hmm?
The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her.
Okay.
We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study. found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them initially.
Needed a puzzle.
Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
I was wondering where the bird had gone. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
There we go.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
Aw. Thanks, Fitz.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
Hang on a minute. Okay, so Fitz was engaged to Penny. So yes, of course he liked her a lot. But did you see the look on Poppy's face when Fifi mentioned it? You know what I said earlier about Penny? Seemingly it was all an act anyway, but about Penny being jealous and spying on the two of them? Nothing to worry about. It's entirely Poppy. Poppy clearly fancies Fitz, but doesn't look like Fitz has any feelings in the same for her in the same way, other than perfectly platonically.
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So,
Okay, maybe I was
Penny
wrong.
got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected
That's the first
she might
time
try
I've
to
seen him
escape.
smile.
I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
You tried, Fifi.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
Little beetle friend.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again.
Fuck yeah, Poppy.
I think that's what she would have wanted.
There we go. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. Very charming. Lovely music. Really nice character designs. And hey, we had a murder mystery all about a bug. It's like they made it just for me. It's very charming, wasn't it? Success? It's hard to tell, isn't it, Torpor? I mean, the killer got away, but small shouty beetle is finally free. Yes. Be free, little friend. To scuttle another day. Feels incomplete. You think? Possible Sally fan art. Oh, really? I don't know, I liked it. I guess they can just call the cops and let them catch Penny. Yeah. They know who committed the murder. So the motive for the murder was that, Freya had figured out what Penny was up to. And, was very, very close to, destroying the Remington Pointer fellow name with what she was working on herself. Not the kind of ending I like. Feels like a setup for a follow-up, i.e. an incomplete story. Sequel bait. See, I don't think it does feel like sequel bait. We were brought here to solve the murder. We solved the murder. And yes, the killer got away, but... you know, this wasn't an action game. This was a whodunit. We figured out whodunit. What would we have done in that situation? I would like to see another game with Sally and Grimoire. Well, I've really, really enjoyed this, so I will probably play the other two Grimoire games on stream at some point. Oh, wow. That's some interesting concept art in comparison to, like, the final design for him. The way he's evolved. Grimoire is tricky to get right, as he needs to be a flexible mix of silly and heroic, light-hearted and dramatic. He has a somewhat pretentious manner, projecting the persona of someone more experienced than he actually is. Importantly, he can be totally sincere when he wants to be. They had a lot of genetic mutations that could make a lot of very terrible people very rich. And they didn't want that information getting out. But they also didn't want the information about the experiments they'd been conducting into mutating animals getting out either. Because, you know, experimenting on animals without the proper permits and shit like that is gonna get you into a heap of trouble, and that is gonna destroy a very well-known family's name. One of the challenges of Grimoire's design is his colour palette. Brown, brown, and brown. He doesn't need to be a super colourful character. In fact, it's important to have contrast between the different characters. Still, look closely and you'll notice he is actually comprised of various pinks masquerading as browns. That's very clever. And Penny felt like she was denied her legacy. Yeah, she wanted to be part of this big magical thing protecting these special creatures, and because of the infighting between the families, she was denied that, and none of them wanted to help her. She wanted to, like, restore the greatness of the family, as it were. And they did not want to help with that. Detective Grimoire was probably one of the more difficult characters to develop, as there was already a strong identity that existed in the previous games. Felt like he still needed to be the friendly, approachable gumshoe, so I tried to stick to round, gentle shapes, whilst still exaggerating his features. I wanted to work towards an iconic silhouette. I think Catherine Unger did a really good job on that. Sounds a lot like a Belkin to me. Yeah, that makes sense. Wanted to really make sure I had a good grasp on how Grimoire would look from different angles before I tackled his animation. He's got a bit of a penchant for performance and overwrought gestures, and I think a lot of his personality comes out in his movements. That said, I never want to draw his bouncing hair again. Jonathan Harris. Let's have a look at Sally and how she's... Oh, here we go. Because Cypher was talking about how different she looked in the previous game earlier. Sally appeared in the previous game with her hair down her back in a long plait. However, when redesigning her for this game, I quickly realised this made for a really cluttered silhouette, so I changed it to bunches. A key aspect of Sally's face is her eyeshadow, accentuating her slightly unimpressed default facial expression. I like characters who wear those little jackets. To me, they give off a modern, adventurous energy, so I thought it would be a good outfit for Sally. Sally's personality expanded for this game. Her starting point is slightly bored, but just beneath the surface, she has a great deal of passion for detective work and life in general. These drawings show Sally still wearing her hair in the style from the previous game, although Catherine has already started looking for ways to give it a stronger silhouette. Wait, who is that in the bottom right corner? Hey, Kian, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. I'm afraid we'll actually be finishing up soon. I'm just going through some of the art stuff because, you know me, I love a little bit of game production stuff. We will restore the glory of our country from 15 years ago, when we started a war out of pride and then nuked our towns out of pride because we were losing. Yeah, exactly. Painting mechs all day, nothing wrong with that. I hope you've had a good time. This girl from the first game. Ah, I see. These are designs from a much older version of the game, long before it became Tangle Tower. You can see how both Sally and Grimoire are about halfway towards their Tangle Tower redesign. An early story idea was to include the little girl in the team. Obviously, we changed our minds. Sally was a tricky one to get right. She tends to understate her actions, but isn't above throwing in a little bit of pretentiousness. I like to think she's mocking how Grimoire indulges in theatrical gestures. I think the payoff is worth the effort though, as she's one of the characters whose animations I'm most pleased with. I think all of the characters were really well animated and really well designed as well. Like, they're all very distinct, which is great. That's exactly what you want. But the animations just, you know, they really do elevate them. So I think the design team as a whole have done a fantastic job on this game. Let's have a look at our Sith Lord, shall we? Oh shit, look at these. These are great. The point of Hawkshaw initially is to provide a contrast with Grimoire. Where Grimoire is friendly, open, and emotionally reactive, Hawkshaw is blunt, stern, and emotionally closed off. As a detective, Hawkshaw is a perfectionist, so her design is all sharp angles and clean lines. She never wastes any energy, even keeping her arms hidden under her cloak unless she needs them. Detective Grimoire's much more accomplished rival, Hawkshaw is the polar opposite to him. Stern, incredibly smart, and professionally intimidating. I imagined her turning her nose up at Grimoire, like she is too good for his company. She uses snappy movements that feel almost mechanically efficient. The way her design has evolved over time. Like, she's always had that very sharp hairline, but the outfit has evolved quite a lot into what we finally got. And it looks like originally the scar was going to be over her eye. Okay, but this is basically a Bloodborne character. She does have a certain Bloodborne vibe to her, doesn't she? Everything about Hawkshaw is sharp and correct. The long, buttoned-up neck became a defining feature for Hawkshaw, making her seem uptight and rigid. As Hawkshaw developed, she started to look more and more like a villain from a 90s cartoon, and we were okay with that. Hawkshaw's cape was a great excuse for me to flex my fabric animating muscles. I loved contrasting her stiff neck and shoulder piece with the billowing cloth. Her poses in games seem quite limited when you compare them to each other, but I think they do a lot of work in bringing across her haughty, confident personality. I'd agree with that. That doesn't sound like a crime to me, Hans. Pizza with pineapple on can be very tasty. I have to be in the mood for it, but that doesn't make it a bad thing. If anybody ever tells you that you're wrong for liking pineapple on a pizza, they can go fuck themselves. Because, you know, everybody's tastes are different. So there. There you go, folks. I said it. Like what you like, as long as it's not impeding on the rights and freedoms of other people, and it's not causing anyone any harm, then like what you fucking well like. Simple as. Do we want to know about any of the other characters? Like, I wanted to know about Hawkshaw, because that's, like, it's a really fucking strong design. But if there's any of the other characters you folks would like to see the design process for, let me know. I'm gonna, like, flip through some of the other stuff that's in here. See what we've got. Oh, wow, the study got some fucking evolutions. That's so pretty. Oh, wow. I love that they put this stuff in here. Meet Brickman, please. Yes, by all means, we will have a look at Fitz. Holy shit! So Fitz got a bit of a bulk up. That is quite the difference between, like, where they started and where they ended up, huh? Fitz was conceived as an insect character, butterflies in particular. Later on, he became the gardening character, which is similarly associated with someone quiet and delicate. Sorry, as a bug nerd myself, quiet and delicate are have never been things people have called me. I wanted Fitz to be super handsome and cool, but in an incidental way. He contrasts with Felix and Pointer in that he has a very subdued ego. Hey Aldo, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Rocking that crop top. Yeah, he was. Catherine and I really enjoyed the image of a big, muscular man using tiny gardening tools. However, none of those poses made it into the final game. Oh, that's a pity. Like, that's a really clever idea, though. Fitz kept his little glasses right up into production, but after I received Josh Tomar's excellent voice samples, I realised Fitz was becoming more emotionally vulnerable, so I took the glasses away. Fitz was described to me by Adam as someone who was accidentally good looking. I started to think about those poster boys from boy bands in the 90s, and knew I had to try out some classic curtained hair on him. That's where the haircut comes from. Okay. He's a boy band member. I made Fitz overly muscular because I loved the idea of him seeming like this gentle giant who was intimidatingly large and potentially threatening. When Fitz had glasses, I had a lot of fun imagining him lurking in the shadows, his round, cold spectacles staring back at you. I think there are probably more drawings of Fitz on this slide than actual frames of animation in the game. Ultimately, it worked best for him to be almost creepily static. He's a kind soul, but has trouble around people, so limiting his movements helped make him come across as tense and uncomfortable. They did a really good job with that, and I think, yeah, they made the right decision to not have him move about too much. He's got this almost statuesque quality in terms of he's just, you know, he's big and imposing. He's like a mountain. You don't expect him to move. If the mountain moves, there's a problem. He's very stoic, yes. Definitely. But the change between this guy and this guy, holy shit. He's really been through an evolution. That is really impressive. If the mountain moves, it means its back is itching. I fucking love that. Bravo, Hans. Okay. Would we like to see the design notes for any of the other characters? Do let me know. I'm going to continue just sort of rifling through the production notes. No worries at all, Mum. You take care, and thank you for being here. Ah, Penny Bird Lady. Yes, we'll have a look. She was always Bird Lady. Oh, look at the little crows. Aww. So cute. Little friends that may actually be trying to eat her hair. Take care, Mum. Thank you for being here. It's been lovely to have you. And I'm glad you've enjoyed the game. I thought it would be fun if Penny had multiple birds about her person, with whom she can speak during conversations with Grimoire, perhaps even interrupting her mid-sentence. This eventually boiled down to the one bird on her head, and instead of talking to it, the joke became that Penny simply treats it as if it were a normal hat. Oh my god, it's an actual fucking bird! I thought it was a hat that was shaped like a bird, and that's why she was the way she was about it. I didn't realise it was supposed to be an actual fucking bird. Oh, it looks like she evolved into this version of herself very quickly, actually. Penny is a complex character. At this stage in the design process, I was focused on her duality as both a cool, elegant femme fatale and a pouty, petulant young woman. Penny's outfit is quite simple, inspired by 1950s high fashion. However, her giant bird gloves accentuate any gestures she chooses to make with her arms, giving her an inescapably melodramatic and hammy energy. Yeah, very true. That was a good design choice. Penny is Tangle Tower's femme fatale, so we really lent into that. I imagined her as a very glamorous and privileged woman from the 1950s. A lot of her style is reminiscent of that period. As the bird-themed character, Adam originally designed her to have a bird in her hair, which I then styled onto her like a fancy hat. And did so well that I thought it was an actual bird-shaped hat. I loved the idea that Penny could be composed, but drop the facade and become sinister. There's a sketch of her reading a book surrounded by birds, and then slamming that book shut mid-sentence, scaring them away. I love that. Oh yeah, definitely Hans. The whole jealousy thing was definitely a distraction. Like, I think the entire engagement was a distraction to throw anybody off the scent of her being up to anything. What if the bird hat needs to poo? That is a very good question, RNG, and I am horrified to think about how bad her hair must smell. I bet she has to shower every day. I love this as a design idea. This feels very Ace Attorney. So in Ace Attorney, for anyone that's not played them, when you're questioning a character that you know is lying, when you present a piece of evidence that contradicts their testimony and you basically go, no, you're lying, here's my proof, they have this moment where their character animation becomes something either more sinister or like it shows them sort of like mentally breaking. The fan service lady with the big boobs, yeah, she is the most famous case of that. However, every single character does it. Even Edgeworth does it. Some of those animations are really funny. They're fucking great. Booby Lady is less great, in my opinion, but I think this would fit in so well in an Ace Attorney game as a take that moment. And I would have loved to have seen this animated, even if it never got used. Just, it's such a great concept. Hey, I'm not saying anything against Edgeworth. Edgeworth is one of my favorite characters. Matt on Guards is really good. What I was saying, Rocket, is that even Edgeworth has that moment where if you do certain things in the game, you can see the facade cracking. And it's a really nice switch because he gets down, sort of bashes the table a little bit and his face darkens and he grits his teeth. It's a really, really nice animation. The Matt on Guard one is great. When you've never seen it before, that comes as quite a surprise. I've had Ace Attorney on the Switch since they put it on there, and I have still not played past the first part. Oof. Oh yeah, Von Karma's is fucking great, Rocket. So I've played all of the Ace Attorney games with the exception of the Great Ace Attorney, which I own, I just haven't had time for it because I picked that up after I started streaming. Yes, Rocket is fucking great. And I may actually play the Ace Attorney games on the Sunday slot at some point if you folks want me to, because I do adore them. They have their issues, don't get me wrong. Booby Lady. But I do love them. Because it is okay to enjoy problematic media as long as you're able to, you know, separate that and you deal with that in the way that you deal with it. I've been watching a lot of things about finding out that things have come from problematic places after the fact when you're already very heavily invested and how you deal with that. I'd argue that Ace Attorney is less problematic than 90% of things. I would agree with you there, Rocket, however, it still has its issues and it's worth acknowledging them. Oh my god, the fucking circus case, yeah. The last one you streamed was fun. I barely played any of Ace Attorney 1 on that stream. That was a birthday stream, back when they first came out on the PC. But yeah, I would gladly play some more Ace Attorney on stream if you folks want me to. Oh, wow. Oh, this is for Poppy. Shit, she changed a lot. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That's why. There we go. Oh, wow, look at these. These are great. Penny has ended up being a real fan favourite. I like to think my animation plays a part in that. She's probably the most emotive of the cast, so bringing that out in her animations was really important. Her weird wing arm sleeve things were a challenge to move convincingly, but I think it was worth it. Hey Capcom, where the fuck is Apollo's trilogy? Yeah. You know what I want, Rocket, that I'm probably never gonna get to fucking enjoy? The second Ace Attorney Investigations game. You can only get that in Japanese. I've been waiting for so long for them to release it, because I loved the first one. I absolutely fucking adored the first one, so much so that my Heart Gold Soul Silver Poker Walker has a Waruho strap on it that I bought on eBay. I know it's got a fan translation, but I want to support the franchise. I want to be able to vote for more Ace Attorney Investigations games with my wallet. And also my R4 card doesn't work in my new DS. There is my main complaint. I can't play it on my DS because my R4 card doesn't work in my 3DS. And I don't have my DSi anymore because it broke. That's my main problem. I mean, I could probably emulate it, but it's not the same. Like, DS games were designed to be played with the touchscreen. You know? They don't feel quite right without it. Because The World Ends With You without the touchscreen is just fucking weird. I wonder what kind of iterations the music room went through. Okay, so it was pretty much always going to be some degree of this. Interesting that Poppy's design was originally going to be black and green, and Matt's gone into the music room. Maybe they decided to make her purple and black instead so that she stood out from the music room a bit better. Oh yeah. I suppose it was the only way they could fit them all in. Sorry, he was doing it again. If he's gonna do that, he needs to do it in a different place where I don't have to hear it. Or the secrets. I don't think there are any more secret rooms. I mean, there might be. Only one way to find out, I guess. It does feel a little strange that the locations don't fill up the entire page. Aww. They've got all that stuff there, okay. They've put so much into these bonus features. That's really, really nice. I want to see if Flora's always... Oh, shit. Okay, she became slightly less stern. There was a point when she smiled? How am I for the achievements? I'll have a look in a sec. What's that? I think that was supposed to be a bird. So she's always sort of had this look. It's just evolved a little bit over time because she looks a little bit too grandmotherly there, I think. Would have been nice to see her smile, but you can understand why she didn't. And I'm glad they got rid of the, like, sort of down-pointing triangle nose, because that's just sort of off-putting. Oh, Freya's had quite a glow-up as well. She looks like she was older here. Neat. Okay. Music player. It looks like we've unlocked all the music. It's a really good soundtrack. They did a good job on the soundtrack as well. There's the achievements button. You probably won't be able to see this because it's brought it up in the overlay. 9 of 10 achievements. Find 3 sets of similar research notes. Okay, so I'm missing a set of research notes. I wonder where the third set is then. Because there was the stuff in Fifi's room. There was the stuff in the lab and there was the stuff in the... No, I clicked on them all, didn't I? No, we're not missing items, I don't think. Because the research notes I did find, we didn't pick up. We just looked at them and went, we don't understand these. Can we leave?
Let's not wander off right now.
No, okay, so I'd have to start all over again to figure out where my missing achievement is. Good to know. Well. Oh yeah, I can't do that. Silly me. Someone appeared in the shadows of Flora's tower. Yes, we know. I just checked. Okay, Rocket, go ahead. Oh, really, Rocket? Interesting. So this could actually be a sequel to the second game then. As much as it feels like a standalone. Very nice. We'll have to go back and take a look. Very interesting. Well. That feels like a good place to end it. We've had a look at some of the production notes, which was really fucking neat. Solved the murder. That was really fun. It's a very charming little game. I think it'll be strange to go back and see what the characters were like before this, when we play the first and second game. But I've quite enjoyed this little experience, and I think it was a much needed, more light, spooky adventure. Oh, you're most welcome, everybody. You're most welcome. Thank you for being here. I did finish the Sherlock game, Grox. That was the Saturday before Time Tick I finished that, I think. I'm waiting, Rocket. I'm waiting. You are the third person, I think, that's noticed it. Yep. This has been playing at the end of every stream pretty much since the start of October. Yes, it is the Lavender Town theme. Had to have appropriately spooky ending music, didn't I, for Spooky Month? It will be going away on Wednesday. Haven't commented on it, it made perfect sense. Good stuff. Thought it was from the game. No, nope. No, this is my ending screen music for this month. Next Halloween, next October, we'll have a different bit of music for the ending theme music, but I thought Lavender Town was perfect for our first proper spooky month showcase. That is accurate, Hans. Like, my favourite Pokemon is Shedinja, which is both Ghost and Bug. So, we do have a giveaway active on the stream. It's for a copy of Hyper Knights. If you would like to get in on the action, ! Ticket will get you 1 ticket to enter. You can purchase up to 10 tickets by saying ! Ticket, space, and the number of tickets you wish to purchase. Up to the value of 10. Nobody's entered at the moment, which is fine and dandy, but if anyone does want to enter, now is your last chance before I close the giveaway. So, you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a little bit for the lag. Giveaway is closed, and as nobody has entered, I will be marking that one as a no interest, so it doesn't come up in a future giveaway. Now, I think it's time for us to go and visit somebody else. Let's see who we've got that's live. Okay, so I have quite a few options, and I'm just trying to decide on what the best one is. So, good friend of the channel and fellow Clock Tower member Garlips is currently playing Alan Wake 2. I have not played any of the Alan Wake games yet, so I am actively avoiding Alan Wake streams until I have got to a point where, you know, I've been able to play them myself. But I do kind of want to give him the viewers. But at the same time, I'm not going to stick around and watch cuss Alan Wake 2. And I know there's going to be folks in chat that want to play Alan Wake 2 themselves as well. So let's instead... let's go and see Where's the Funk, who is playing Inscription. But if you aren't already following Garlips, please drop him a follow, because he is a fantastic streamer. Okay, there we go. So we're going to go and see Where's the Funk, who is playing some Inscription. Thank you everyone for coming along today. I've had a fantastic time. I hope you all have too. Special thank yous to Rebecca Rue for the raid and to Teeny Toe Beans for the follow. But seriously, whether you've been lurking or chatting, hey Tortle, whether it's your first time here or whether you've been here every stream I've done for time immemorial, I really do appreciate you being here today and every other time you've been here. So thank you very, very much. I'll be back on Tuesday for our Halloween party stream, where it will be a community play of Monster Prom 2. My brain melted then. Right. Brain melt is a good time for me to go. So until I see you all next, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Wash your fucking paintbrushes. And have a wonderful week, everyone. However you end up spending it. Take care.